Check, check. All right. Check. Check the microphone. Okay. Seems good. Right then. Back on today with Content Pipeline. So we got these animated rigs in. No, framed animations in. So each one of these boxes is an animation frame that's playing. What I need to do is get rid of this. So we need the framed animation. We need to draw the framed animation bounds. Just to check that is correct. It's framed animation bounds. Local bounds translate to some position. Framed animation position. Maybe. Thank you very much. That's great. Cheers. Okay, so that is basically non-existent. Yeah, it's all zeros. So that's the thing we need to work on now. We need the framed animations local bounds. So that's in the level generator. Okay, remind myself how this works. Framed animation, level generator, framed animation. Okay. Here we go. So we don't actually fill the bounds out. So the local bounds is the bounds of all of the sprites. Woo, Dragon, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Hope you had a good weekend. Just working on more content pipeline stuff today. Finishing off framed animations in the content pipeline, and then moving on hopefully to either grass or the sprite window things like drawing the ground. Haven't seen me in a while. Yes, I streamed on Friday. Didn't stream yesterday though. But yeah, hope you're alright. I'll be working on some good stuff today. Right, so how do we get the actual bounds? So this has to be done when we generate the mesh framed animation. Sprite range. Okay, so it's actually done in the finish call. So for auto anim level get framed animations. We want to go bounding rect for auto are in anim sprite range. So we actually do need sprite as well. Do you know that references have some scary problems? Fitting, it's nearly Halloween. Yeah, I know they have some things you gotta watch out for, yeah, for sure. But yeah, let me know. So we're gonna go bb.add sprites dot local bounds. I'm gonna go anim dot local bounds is bb. Let's see what happens there. So we'll just change the game level version. That'll cause a rebuild of the game level data. Put a breakpoint there and just see what happens. If you do auto example my vector 0. Yes, yeah, that's it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that's it. So the golden rule for references is you've got to use them right there. Yeah. Got to use them right there. So got to use it right there, the next line, or before you touch that vector ever again. References really should be considered like temporary objects. What you did, which is this, is a little kind of more sketchy. Because pointers really, you don't know if the temporary objects are not in that state. But yeah, so it'd be better to do weak pointer. Then you know it's temporary object. That would be a better API to have for that. Yeah. Yeah, that's dodgy. Always returns the valid reference. Still suffers from the same problem though. So it's still dodgy, unfortunately. Unless you make a copy of the object. It does. It does. Unless you make a copy, like I say. It does. It depends what the return type is of get example. So if you got int get example, say it's a vector of ints, right? That's totally fine. This is still dodgy. Still suffers from the same problem. That's fine though. That's still dodgy. So pointer to a reference is still bad, yeah. The copy is not. Copy's fine. That's fine. Because it's no longer in the vector. It's no longer like you're copying it out of the vector there. So if the vector, so the reason why this is a problem, right? So if we do this, for example, the reason why it's a problem is you might go my vector add 0, and then you might do I get example, right? And then you might do my vector add 1. If you do that, depends how vector's implemented. If it's implemented just how normally it should be implemented, that's no longer valid. I is no longer valid once you've done that, because my vector has chucked away that memory, got more memory, so it can put 1 into it. So it's copied 0 into another location in memory and then put 1 into it next to it. This is where you need to watch out. Yeah. So this would be considered bad practice. Like you wouldn't code things like this. What you would do is you would go size t, return 0, and then that would be size t. And then if you wanted to actually get the value, you would go, the reference, you would go my vector I, like that. And that is better practice. So you would normally access a vector by iterating the entire thing. But you can access it just with index like this. So I'd return an index, which is still, direct access over one access. No, it wouldn't suffer from it, no. When you did this, it would. But it's not get example that's causing the problem there. So if this was part of an API, it's not get the API that's causing the problem, it's the user of the API, which is the way you'd like it to be. You wouldn't want your API to cause bugs like that.
The delivery's not coming until after 11:30, so I've just delivered Ben to the office and I'm going to go get my medication, and then I'll also change the details on the holiday, so I've got something to do back, and I'll come straight back. Yeah,
that's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's one of the main complaints that people have about C++ safety, is it's very easy to do that. It's very easy to get into a situation where the pointers aren't valid. So you need to make sure that the APIs that you design don't land you in that problem. And it's pretty simple. It's just like if you get a reference, you've got to use it there. You have to use it right there as soon as you've got it. Don't save it to use later, ever. And then you won't fall into that problem, to that trap. Like only save references when it's your memory that you have control over. Copies are good because you don't have the issue of vector being reallocated. Yeah. That is a good reason for a copy. especially if it's a cheap copy like an int. This situation here is me using it straight away. So this is safe, this is fine. So I'm getting the reference, and the reason why I'm getting the reference is because I'm actually changing, I'm updating what it's referring to. Yeah, that's considered fine. So as long as you don't mess with my vector there in that situation, or framed animations, or here's like sprites, as long as I'm not going like sprites.add in the middle of here, it's fine. The memory's like considered stable here, so it's okay to use a reference. Or here. And I need to because I'm actually updating the value in the array. So I need to actually use a reference. Well, you're potentially running into memory reallocation. Which would invalidate if anybody's pointing into that array, holding memory that's pointing into that array. All those pointers become dangling pointers. So that's obviously bad API design. You know what I mean? You wouldn't design a system to do that, to hold pointers into an array. If you need to actually go into an array, it needs to hold the index, which is immune to the reallocation of memory in a vector, yeah. Because the index remains the same. Well, not in arrays. Arrays probably not, but the other two, yeah. So the only thing that would stop that is a mutex. Yeah, so if you've got two separate threads running on one vector, then that's a whole other level of things you got to think about. So a mutex would be good. A mutex would be good in that situation, as long as you're not just mutexing everything, because then you may as well just do it on one thread. There needs to be some parallelism to use two threads in the first place. A mutex is yeah, if you've got two threads working on the same array. But you would try and not have that situation. When you're designing your multi-threaded program, you try and not have the situation where one vector is shared between two threads. Because I call it a pinch point. That's a pinch point, meaning that like all the work has to go to the same point, which gets locked all the time, which slows everything down, which defeats the point of multi-threaded code. So what you would really do is you would have a thread on it. You would have an array on each thread. You would split the array into two arrays, have an array on each thread, and then just run all the work and then merge them at the end again on a single thread at the end. And then they're not violating, they're not crossing into each other's memory all the time. Unless you were just reading. You could read fine. All right. Local bounds. There we go. There we go. So the safest one to do is the range 4 for the second one, as long as you're not modifying the array. So that's the safest thing to do. The problem with doing it the first way, if the chat will let me copy it, is that this is where you get your, like, if you end up modifying index inside here and stuff, this is where you get a lot of nasty bugs, where you're off by 1 index and stuff like this, off by 1, which causes a lot of annoying bugs, because that probably won't be a crashed index outside the bounds of this array, at least in a release build. Whereas this, you never access outside the array using this method, because there's no index to worry about. So this is considered the safest thing to do, as long as you're not modifying the array inside iterating over it. So what you can do to get a way of, like a halfway house I have, is I have this macro like that. So at least you don't have to mess with the index
well, we've got the
in any way.
invoice through,
Obviously, if you are messing with the index in here, it suffers from the same problem. The I would never go outside of, so it wouldn't, unless you did something like,
there's no E, it's just Hartley.
if you did something with the I in here, it would. Or did something with the vectors, it would. So it's still, it's going to be fine almost all the time, and loads of coders do this, but this is still considered safer.
Okay, so my second,
Just less things to worry about.
Michael Wells, and the Michael is spelled M-I-C-H-A-E.
So erasing, you have to be careful, yeah. How would erase on a vector? Standard vector. I'm not sure actually how standard a vector. I would do it on a standard vector. I don't work with them very much, but
yeah,
I would go I equals I's, remove I, like that.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
That's how I would do it in my array.
Thank you. Bye.
So we'll look. Similar thing, look. It equals C arrays it, but it's using the standard vector iterator instead. So it's going through an iterator object. And the arrays is called passing the iterator in. It uses an iterator which is not for auto. So that's another loop again. So remove doesn't cause a loop. It's what it does is it takes your one you want to remove in the middle of the array, and then copies the end of the thing at the end into it. That's what it does. So it's not a loop, and then I needs to get moved back so it can go over the new one, the end that you've just copied in again. That's how it works. it probably does something very similar to that, except it's giving you back an actual object, a different type of object. But it will just be looping over the memory. It will be like just doing the same thing. Instead of returning the actual reference to the element in the array, it just returns it wrapped in an iterator object instead. The iterator, so the iterator will have a reference inside it, or it'll have an index inside it. Yeah. Which the iterator uses to get the value out of the array. It probably uses an index, to be fair, in MyVector. Would you ever erase using an iterator loop? Yeah, I mean, if you're doing MyVector, it seems a good way to do it. If you're using standard vector, yeah. Like, it's a safe way to do it, I suppose. That's the way that that example was used. This is just it's kind of similar, but it's just doing it on the index instead of the iterator. So the iterator will be just kind of doing this under the hood. I wouldn't try and erase in a for auto. I don't do that, mainly because I don't really use iterators, really. If I'm going to delete something in an array, I would do this. Oh, there's I have a different, so you can do sprites.remove range as well. So what you can do, if you have a list of indices that you want to remove, you can do sprites.remove range and pass that list of indices in, and that's just one call. So you can do I wonder if you can. So sprite is equal to sprites value remove sprite. Now you can't do that. I haven't written that API, but you could in theory do that as well. But that would require us to find the index. So that wouldn't be an O of 1 operation, that would be O of n. So it would be a bit slower. What is eyes? Eyes is just an array of stuff. So like that. Yeah, so this isn't standard vector. This is my array that I've written. I don't know if standard vector has remove range. I think it's just standard erase for an arrange. So arrays. And you pass in there we go. Oh no, C arrays. And then a range. So between 2 and 5. Between element 2 and element 5. I'll do it in an iterator. I got a queue, erase them in another loop. Yeah. Yeah. That's to keep the iterator, that's to keep the index valid. I don't think you have to worry about such things in like C# and stuff like that. I think it automatically handles all that. Good morning, Fu Manchu. How's it going? Okay, that's kind of working now. So what I'm going to do is add a few more. I'm going to add cloth and normal in and just check that it works. There we go. On your notice period? Oh, congratulations. Yeah, I mean, onwards and upwards, eh? How do you feel? You feel alright about it? Quite a big change. I'm quite surprised how easy it is to break a reference. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of them things you gotta know, I suppose. Okay, so the next thing we want to work on is so we've done that one, we've done cloth, we've done framed animation. We may as well do sprite window then. So we want a level generator, level data generator for sprite window content data. Bittersweet. Company is downsizing. Oh, right, okay. It's a startup, isn't it? It's not the direction you want to go in for a startup. Downsizing. But yeah, seems like you're just getting out while you can, which is good. For the best, yeah. A lot of the time, I think I know what's happening. Reallocation of a string or a vector, but until I explain these areas. Ah, right, yeah. String works the same way. String's basically just a vector as well. So if you want to get a reference to element of a string. Character in a string. Segmentation fault, really. Rename it something with AI. Yeah, exactly. Good day, how's it going? Light child. Yeah, crazy, innit? So you're on the lookout then for new work, because I presume you're gonna have some time off. Firing people using AI is an excuse. yeah, it's the big wigs at these big companies really want that to happen, I think. The very top anyway. I don't think any of the workers do. Alright. Sprite window content data. Yeah. Everybody's like wanting it to be the next big growth or thing that forwards growth anyway in all these economies. We'll see. Yeah. Got to think of yourself though, Fu Manchu, aren't you, really? It's like, if you're not happy with the way it's going, you can't stay, because then that'll make, for them anyway, will make the product probably worse if you've got coders that aren't happy with the direction it's going in. Get back to doing games, eh? Or in engine tech. We're leveraging AI. Yeah, we're actually firing everybody. Seems premature to me. It seems like they really want it to happen, so they're pushing it in that direction, but technology's not proving itself. Yeah. More managers than developers. Yeah. Yeah, man. Like, I wonder how, like, say like a big company does use AI to generate a lot of its code. What does that look like in a few years? In theory, you could have like trillion line code bases. Doesn't that make the company brittle? To have such a large code base like that. Unmanageable. What does this even interesting in games reporting? 3 people. Blimey heck. That's crazy. They don't understand their own tech. Yeah, it's like I understand how a top level manager would be like, this is great, because it's not a human being doing all the work, but then they don't know, I suppose. They don't care about tech being on a solid foundation. They just look at the output. I don't know. Bit weird, how's it going? But then you're talking like a trillion lines of code, in theory, in the extreme example. That would be even if you documented it, it'd be 1 billion pages. No human would be able to get a grasp on it ever. And that might make a company brittle, maybe. If nobody in the company actually understands how the product works. Break it down for dummies. But it's a scale thing. It's just like, even if you break it down for dummies, it's like such an enormous amount of stuff. My current lead asked me to use vibe coding to work on the SDK. Well, that's when you know it's time to leave, I think. Someone to work the back end team. That's, yeah, mental. Likeliness of company success by manager developer ratio. Yeah. No. Yeah, man, that's crazy, isn't it? Clearly just no understanding of the craft there. Just looking at the output. I think vibe coding and all that, it's great for learning, where you're working with the AI to make something for a learning experience. See you later. Oh yeah, cheers. See you later. It's great for a learning experience where you're working with the AI to learn something new for your own brain, but to build a company on tech that is not understood by the staff seems really fragile. I think if they're downsizing, they're already on survival mode. That's like a red flag for me. If you're a startup, startups need to be going the other way to be successful. They need to be upscaling. OBS will be nice to me today. I actually use, unless you're talking about your OBS, I'm using Streamlabs. Don't say I'm dropping any frames. 12k upload, 12 meg upload, which is very high. Should be alright, hopefully. Yeah, it's keeping the quality. It's keeping the company and the product like this. You know what I mean? Like, that's a company and a product. Like, they need to be gelled into each other fundamentally, because that's how you take the product where you want it to go. If the company has no idea how the product works, you lose control of it. Nail funders, yeah, isn't that mad? That's very Silicon Valley, isn't it? That's all these big success stories in the 2000s to 2010s. That was their approach. We'll make profit later. Grow. Yeah. Someone from the back end team to work on the SDK. Yeah. Well, hope they succeed. It is a good idea. I think one of the things with that company is that I've thought about is that it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing, because you need game companies to be on board to provide the tools so the gamers can take snippets of the game. But then the game companies are not going to get involved unless the company has a lot of users, or the product has a lot of users. So you've got this chicken and egg problem to try and solve, which is harder because you have to have the games industry involved in it. Whereas other social networks, you've just got to get like the users hyped about it. Whereas this, you've got to get both the users and the game companies, but the game companies have got to kind of come first so that the players' games are integrated. So it's difficult. It's a difficult problem. Run out of money. The goal was to hire to get money, yeah. Crazy, eh? Get them to do a workshop. No. Mental. Like Twitch succeeded because obviously Twitch is very much it's a social network based on gaming. But the game companies didn't actually, to start with, need to be involved. So it was easier for them to succeed. If Twitch needed the games companies to install an SDK on their games for Twitch to work, it would have been a lot more difficult for Twitch to succeed. Not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying it's difficult. Yeah, you want to go contracting with them. Charge like $2,000 a day or something. Alright, so let's just delete all these. Should maybe do a box select. That would be nice. So we're going to work on sprite windows. Sprite windows are this thing. So let's try this then. So what we want to do is merge them. So when that goes through the content pipeline, it doesn't want to be two separate textures. It wants to be just one texture with them merged. If they call you back, they'll be desperate. Yeah, maybe. Be interesting. Interesting to see where they go. Okay. I can see today going quite slow for me because I'm tired. And it's hot in here. We'll see. That's what sells. Yeah. Interesting. Here we go. Sprite window content there. Got 12 masks in it. All these masks needs to get merged together. But what we need to do is we need to get everything on the same layer. How do we really want this to work? Also charge a premium to get his job. That's good. Good. Shrewd skills. Woot Dragon, you'd have to, like, I suppose, vet all of the code that the AI generated, I suppose. It's just in 5 years. That would be so much code. More code is not better. Really bad what AI generates, yeah. My expectation is it will get better. I think that my concern, like I say, is the volume of code. It's possible for these AIs to generate such volume of code that it makes the actual product itself quite brittle. C++ is bad, yeah. Doesn't understand what it generated, yeah. It'd be more like managing an organic life form. Like, in a weird way. It would be like keeping something alive. You know, like when you just have you have no control over the thing by like going into it, and you could probably change code, but it would be so vast and complicated you would have no idea what you're doing. So it'd be like, yeah, more like managing, keeping something alive. Future could be weird. Place them just somewhere. Yeah, who knows how it would do it. You would expect the AI itself to have context over its own code base. But a human wouldn't be able to, but the AI probably could. So it could probably maintain at least some context of its own code base. But it would still, you know, these things would become so unbelievably complicated that it would still probably break. And it's the problem is, like, when it breaks, it won't be like going in to fix a bug. It would be like, I don't know how he would do it. It'd be like something getting sick. Some organic life form getting sick, and you'd have to, like, I don't know, treat it right or something. Constantly fixing stuff. Yeah, and it's brittle code. It's like, what happens if he leaves? He has no understanding, really. The volume of code is large for one person, which is bad, I think. I think that's kind of a bad, like, volume per unit time needs to be quite low for the product to be, or for at least the code base to be strong. Yeah, cool. Yeah. But it might be smart code, but he didn't write it. So it's just confusing then, isn't it, really? If it's coming from the outside. What was clever turns into just confusing, being confused. Sure, it could be simpler, yeah. I'd like to know as well what happens to if AI needs human creativity to be good, what happens when it uses up that resource? It reads all the code bases in the world, and then it needs to still keep improving. What does it do? Like, because it seems kind of like it breaks a law of physics for an AI to learn off itself. Kind of like the actual information, there's like an information paradox there. Like AI couldn't, unless it was sentient, ingest its own work to get better. So that might be like a stumbling block for it, potentially. Crazy, eh? Next 20 years is going to be very interesting, that's for sure. More information it holds, more process. Yeah. Well, there's going to be an energy problem as there is. That's going to be a big problem with it. Crazy, isn't it, that? Mental. So we need to put something in the level context data, because there's going to be all sorts of sprite windows coming in here. Let's just put a breakpoint there, because we don't really want to finish. So there's two. And they're on the same layer. Do we want it to go by layer? So 280, 280. Cannot do more than it physically can, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Copilot, I think the next generation of coders are going to be bound to Copilot. That's going to be everyone will use it. Like IntelliSense for us. Won't work well, yeah. I think IntelliSense is just a fact of life now. Or at least it will be in 5 years. It will be all the juniors come in will need it. Even if every sand on the beach was its CPU, it'll be hold the entire universe in it. Yeah. So you think that you're saying more there's going to be a resources problem to get these AIs up and running on a mass scale? All right, we need to put something in the context. So what we're doing at the moment is we are pushing brush tiles. Which has the brush in. Is that really the way we want to do this? The Earth is not an infinite resource. Yeah. So we basically want one sprite per layer, I think. If you want to go it by layer, one sprite per layer. But that means the sprites have to get generated later. So we'll go for the simplest approach, and we'll do we'll make one of these. Instance IDs. Layer ID. We'll just start with that. Battery powered drones are scary. Yeah. I mean, there might be a revolution in computation as well, where you don't need a transistor anymore. I can see that happening. Sprite window content tile. So the tile, each one of these has to be the same texture format as well, because they're all going to get merged to one texture. So it could go in the brush tile book. It's one brush tile book for each texture format that we're going to support. So it would go there. Like that. How many CPUs on the beach? How much heat that would produce? Yeah, I think we're gonna need. There's gonna need to be another way to do a computation other than a transistor, which is obviously very hot. There'll be a need to be more you know, I don't want to say quantum computing. I'm not necessarily talking about that. Some electron state, I don't know. Represent a 0 and a 1. The spin of an electron, there you go, represents the 0 and 1. Still unweather resistant. No. Not resistant to much. So we have the content, we have the tile. So we might have multiple layers. So this does need to be an array. And then this, we need to be able to find this on the other layer ID. Just riffing here. Add a little bit while the whole internet's down. Yeah, speaking of that, like the whole internet kind of did go down yesterday, didn't it? It was mad. Well, loads of it did. Alright, so we have a place now to find the layer ID and add the instance ID. Don't know, maybe we could, if we could get this to be a brush, that would be great. So what is a brush tile again? It's got the content brush. It just might need a different code path. So what we would do is we would go let's just see what we have. Oh, back looks like it runs on quantum computers. Anything, yeah. Grumpy old man. So am I. Worst threat is a nuclear bomb. Yeah, I mean, if the internet went down for more than a day, it would be absolutely devastating, wouldn't it? It does have a brush ID. So let's get the brush out. And that'll give us the texture format, because that'll have an image in it probably that we need. Yeah. Do you ever see the film? Oppenheimer, the film. There we go. Brick.ps2. So the asset file. So what we need to do is we need to load the asset file. Brush asset file. And that will get us the format. So if we have the format, we can get, where are we? The context out. We can get, what is this? Operator return. A brush tile book. We can get the tile book out. Yeah, you should watch that Oppenheimer film. It's very good. Christopher Nolan film. Alright, so we have our tile book now that we're going to store the sprite window tiles in. So we need to go index is equal to tile book sprite window tiles index of instance layer ID. We're going to do it off the layer, I think. So we'll get an actual reference to the window tiles. the index is equal to the window tiles. We need to make one. Yeah, that's what they do, yeah. In Skynet, yeah. Yeah. God, Terminator's awesome, innit? Terminator 2. That was when I was growing up, man. That was the film. I loved that film. Right, so we have our window tile with no instance IDs in it. So we're going to go window tiles index dot instance IDs dot add unique instance ID. Now, yeah, doesn't create any sprites. The rest of these level data generators are generating sprites. So we could generate a sprite here. Level sprite type. So interestingly, we've got these separated in the old system. Maybe they are just basic sprites in the old system. They probably are just basic sprites. Actually. Sprite window. Build rooms. This is the old one. It says create composite image groups. We eventually have to do this. This is the bit of code that merges them. And composite image groups. A heated argument with one of the backend engineers where the SDK couldn't communicate with the backend. That's something they did. ChatGPT says it's right. Yeah, this is it. This is what's going to add to the brittleness potentially as well. Yeah, sounds crazy, doesn't it? Yeah, it just adds a sprite in. Okay, so we're gonna have one sprite per level, per layer. bar. Yeah. And one submesh. So it's this essentially. The sprite type. Want to make a new one. Sprite window. Which window? So we don't store the layer ID. The sprite. We need to get this sprite back. So we can't fill any of this in yet. We could just use the layer ID as the ID. None of that can get filled in. We can put in yeah, we can't fill any of that in yet. Yes, yes. Tools are only as good as the one who wields them. Yeah. Socket IO. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. Mental. That's why I like working on my own, Fu Manchu. So we'll do one sprite per window content tile. Can't fill much information out yet though. My concern with using the layer ID is that it's a bit hacky. Oh, I know what we can do. We can give it an actual ID. and then it can just be the ID. That's better. I don't want to use the layer ID because then it can't be used for any other IDing any other sprites really. Ah, right, okay. Network coding is one of my... I've never really done anything other than RESTful, you know, post, you know, doing get and post requests and all that. Not really done any network coding. I have to do a bit for this because obviously got to communicate with like Steam or whatever. I want to build like a bug report system and all that stuff one day. Yeah, blah blah. It's crazy he needs ChatGPT for his verification when he's got an actual human next to him who was telling him. That seems mad. So they're on the same layer, which is awesome. Got 2 instance IDs. So they are... It's unfortunately just a list really of U64s. But we'll see if we can make it work. And then we kind of want a brush for that as well. So what's that under? Tilebook. Brush tiles. Add unique brush tile. Okay, it needs that. That's can't have a brush tile because there's going to be multiple brushes. Maybe we can do it here. And in the content brush itself. The brush. Boost beast, boost beast. Knowledge of the SSL is basic. Yeah, cool. Nice. So we're going to make a brush tile for every single one of these instances. But we'll just make one sprite for it. That might be good enough right now. Let's see where we are with the ads. I'm going to make another cup of coffee. Right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to make a cup of coffee. Beast. It's built on top of Boost. That's here. Yeah, mental. Interesting. Well, I'll let you know when I'm going to do some network coding. It'll only be probably a small bit. Okay, so that generates a brush tile for each brush. So we might need the brush tile ID. Or at least the brush ID. So we might need actually brush ID. Oh, we have instance IDs. I'm just thinking, how would we get back to the Windows tiles from the brush tiles? Let's just do brush IDs as well. Because each one of these brush tiles is gonna be the thing that gets called back when we want to generate meshes. Okay, so we've got generate textures. On a texture generator. Or spray windows. Okay, so this is the thing that's going to get called back. I think actually in the brush tile basically need an extra step. Where we add the brush tiles in. Because it has to be a brush tile for every sprite. Really. I just tried. I just did some Windows Core Web API stuff. That was the last. That was the last thing I did actually. It was only a month ago, so that's in C#. That was quite easy to use. It handled like loads of stuff for you. Built basically a RESTful web client server model with it. It was good. So the problem we have here is that it doesn't. This kind of model here doesn't really fit into the other ones, into the cloth and into the framed animation. So what is a brush? So that is true actually. It kind of fits. Not really. Two lines of code. So that's going through the brush tiles. We want to go through the window tiles. Right, window tiles. We kind of want to do this again, but we don't want the text. We don't want it to be a texture generator as such. And pass in a window tile like that. Window tile. That for a tooltip. So what we need is basically a penned tile set. We need a concept to say whether it's a window tile or a brush tile. Mind you, there's only ever going to be one. So we could do this. We could just give it a new class name. Call the window tile generator. And the window tile itself, we could say what type it is. I'll tell you what we could do. We could just not have it specialised. It's the best thing to do. I think we need to have it specialised. Too much stuff to do, yeah. Okay, we have a append tile set, and then we'll do pack, and then we'll do that, and then we'll go through the window tiles and we'll do add image as well. I think this is going to be okay. So append tile set then. We might not make a brush tile. So we might need also to pass in generate textures. The actual content. Game board content, because we need to get the instances back out in this situation. Different content though. A room file. Interesting then. Can't pass the content. Different contents. UTF bytecoding. Right. Yeah, all the things that I've used for like SSL and that HTTPS, it's just been handled for me. I've never actually gone into it as much. So what's the way to do this then?
Ads running soon.
Probably need, when we're doing this, oh, we are using the path hash, the room ID. I can get it with the room ID. To a window tile. The instance IDs. We need to be able to do, I think, is get the alpha masks out of it. We need to get the instances back. So that means we need to actually store the room file. So it's in the level room. So I think we actually need to pass at least the context. Which is just this. Okay, just the game level then. Interesting. Hello, checker. How's it going? Ben. Sound like my daughter. She don't call me Ben. Well, she does sometimes. She really needs me to do something for her. Hope you're alright. You don't think your name's accurate anymore? Moving my compiler to OCaml. OCaml. What is that? Not heard of that. Ah, okay. Nice. OCaml. Awesome. Tired of dealing with the strict borrower checker. Yeah. Yeah, let us know how it goes. See what the experience is like. Alright. So the goal is to append a tile set. So we need to make a new image. The first thing we need to do though is we need to go through, we need to try and get the instances. So we've got the level. So auto instances. No, the level's got rooms in it. Auto room in level, get rooms. And the room has got in it the path. So what path? The room path. So we're going to go auto content. So if you get game board content, room path. Path is not a member of level room. What is it called? Name. Apparently. Name. I don't know if that is the best name for that, but whatever. Users for nearly 2 years. Ah, not happy. Yeah, try it out for sure. All right. There we go. So we have in there our brush instances now. So we're going to go for auto instance ID. In window tile, instance IDs. And say the instance is content auto instances is content get instances, get brush instances. So instances find first. Do we actually become a find on an ID? No. Find first, and the test is arg.id is instance ID. So you're going to rebuild your compiler then, borrow checker, using the OCaml. So I got the idea. Yeah, alright, cool. Okay, so we have our instance back now. Sprite window content data. It's a bit of a rigmarole to get it. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? It's one of the hard things I find about programming. It gets too complicated after a while. Coming up with good architecture to decrease complexity is hard. Right. So what do I want to do? I want to do something on the room. On the instance, sorry. Let's see where we are anyway. So what I want to do, so we've got the instance. And then we want sprite window content data because that has all the alpha masks in. So auto sprite window instance get data sprite window content data. And the goal is to create a new texture. It can't be that big though. We need to break it up. What do we call it? Composite image groups. Because we're composing images together. Ah, okay. So we're keeping them the same size, we're just blending them all together. Right, with the mask. So we will do that. That's a good way to do it. So for auto mask in sprite window masks. So we need the actual source image as well, which is in the brush, I believe. And then the image, so the source, so that's albedo really. Well, source RGB. So they've got source RGB and a source alpha. Is cc get image brush source file. No, not the source file. Get data path. source alpha is the mask. So what is a mask? Sprite window alpha mask with an image, content path of image. So auto source alpha is equal to cc get image mask path. We have get content look, so we'll use that. Alright, so we've got a source RGB and our source alpha now. So we need to compose all these together. But I have to be in the right Z. So I think what we have to do is generate something else. We need basically sprite window tile content tile assets or something. So we need to sort them back to front on the Z. So we could do that by sorting brush instances on Z bias. See, this is really complicated as well because they might exist in prefabs. Ooh. Alright, so this is actually super complicated now because it's also recursive. Sprite window content tile section, I want to call this. How do we want this to work? If we want all, we do want all the prefabs to be combined as well. So this is gonna be Source RGB. Source alpha. C. At least Z. And possibly the instance ID. I suppose they can just be also string view as well. Makes it easier. So let's make an array of those sections. There's one of these for each layer. So I might rename this sprite window layer. And call this sprite window layer generator. Rename that sprite window layers. Window layers, window layer. That's all of it in. So this is actually like content deep find instance. Man. Instance ID. We'll make a bunch of sections. Sections. Replace sprite window content tile section. So I'm going to rename this sprite window layer section. Oh, got some hammering. Awesome. I'm going to say layer ID. Instance ID. FBI, but don't you hear that? There's a guy working next door, I think. There's some builders next door, which is great. Player ID is the instance player ID. Source RGB is brush get data path source alpha so it's a section for every one. So it happens here. Mask path file, and the Z is the instance Z. So do we have content deep find Z offset? There we go. Deep find Z offset for the instance ID. Awesome. It runs on this first. If it's a prefab. Does this work then if it's not a prefab? If instance data type is equal to prefab. To check that. I don't think that quite works. I'm going to create one of them for every single mask. Yeah, probably, yeah. I don't use Twitter really. I have an account which I post once every blue moon. Yeah, it's getting quite bad, isn't it, here? So the instance, so this instance is not a prefab. It's a sprite window, so what's it gonna do? Return 0. But the instance might have a Z bias. So I think it's... I wonder if we actually want this to work. We either have to do instance z bias plus content define z offset of the instance ID. I think what we need to do actually is this has to return instance z bias. Or just result plus equals instance z bias return. I'm going to do that. Okay, so obviously that can go there. I'm going to see where else we're doing this and see only in one place. First Z, first P. So what's this all about? Set focused content. Ah, yeah, that's fine then. Right, so I have a bunch of sections then. So when we get out of here, we'll have a bunch of sections. So I'll just say if sections is empty, is empty, get count is 0, return. So I wonder if we should make this static as well. And we'll do, when we do this, do sections empty. No. We do this, we'll do sections empty. So then the add image can work on sections as well. What's the problem here then? Oh, it needs to be in line. Needs to be in line. Okay, so we're just going to make a bunch of sections. 18 sections now. Lots of duplicates though. You do C++? Is there a reason some C++ tend to use C-struct name in many places? Usually to indicate it's a class. Yeah, just say it's a class. It comes from before good IDEs, I would say. That. Lots of people do it though, still do it. So if you don't have syntax colouring, You need another way to say this is a class, this is a member, all that. A lot of people used to prefix with C for class, M for member. I don't know where F came from in Unreal Engine. Float. But you have like F string, don't you? That was their naming convention anyway. That was Tim Sweeney's. Unsafe C style structure. Yeah, I mean, if that's what they've picked, you'll find that big companies like Rockstar have very strict coding conventions that you follow, that everybody has to follow. If a class starts with A, then the tools know it's an actor. Yeah, that's good. Sprite window, got 12 masks. What's going on there then? 9964. 6969. Mask path. Path. File. What am I doing wrong here? Coming out as the same one. Oh, no, it's the instance ID and the layer ID. I'm just misreading it. Okay, cool. So we go back to sections. Oh no, hang on. I'm not misreading it. What's going on there? Just rebuild that. I'll take a few hours. Yeah, I tend to prefix enums with E and interfaces with I as well. Oh man. No, C++ C# doesn't actually enforce any naming standards, no. Haven't slept in 24 hours. Oh yeah, get some sleep. Definitely. Sleep's important. Alright. Sections. Add one section. Two section. Alright. That must be because we'll just copy these. Oh yeah. Did a lot of Java when I was at university actually. Do you remember that? What's going on? What am I doing wrong here? This is my tiredness coming in. Yeah, I mean the language is always so. What you generally do improve on is just like language independent things like how to structure and architecture and API design and all. But yeah, the language always changes. .7269.dds. Yeah, so they are the same. It's the same source. So I wonder if what we want to do is do this. Bunch of alpha masks. Like this. And do sections, section index, source alpha, then place mask path file. I'll just mask path. How big is actually a content path? Oh, it needs to be, we need to template it, so we can't do that. It has to be masks path file. But it needs to be on layer as well. Actually, these should all be on the same layer. In theory, it should already all be on the same. So the window layer is all on the same layer. They should all be on the same layer. So this would be that's correct. This is correct. So I don't think we really need to do that. Check there. This will be a little bit more clear, hopefully. Alright, so there's two sections. Source alpha's there for that DDS file. Source alpha's there for that DDS file. And now, what we need to do is sort them on Z. So, do we need to do this? Well, yeah, we do. We can do this. Z. Other dot Z. And then we can go section standard ranges. Sort sections standard less Right window layer section. Generalist specialized audio programming. Really? Yeah, man. Again, audio programming is not. I don't have much knowledge of that. Like, obviously, I can play sounds and do X audio and all that, but you know, if I wanted to make a compressor or something, can't do any of the 3D math stuff by heart. Yeah, so my background was always in graphics, so I really enjoy maths. It's going to be nice getting towards the graphics part of this game. Yeah, started doing audio programming in the mid-90s. Oh, that's awesome. Didn't know that. Really? Yeah. That's great. FL Studio will be what I'll be probably doing the sounds for this game in. Yeah, cool. Sounds awesome. So now we've sorted. So what we need to do is sort them front to back. Because... No, back to front. Because we're going to blend them all together now and they have to be in the right Z order for that to work. FL Studio had that open last week. Yeah. Made a bunch of game assets in that before. It's quite good. Right. So we sort the sections. What do we want to do now? So we've got two. So we need to create. So now we need to go through each alpha mask and blend them. So we're going to create for each alpha mask and blend. So we're going to go from left to right. And create a texture. We're going to create 12 different textures basically. Of the source RGB blended with the source alpha. We need to know the position of every alpha as well. We need to know the position of every alpha. So we need array vec2 positions, alpha positions. Let's have a look then. Look at this. That's awesome. Okay, so what does the mask have in it? Yeah. Tokyo Spliff. Yeah, I've heard of that guy, yeah. He's another guy that just codes because he absolutely loves it. It's a passion, it's an art form for him, you can tell. We have the bounds, so we'll just store the bounds. Oh, we have a Z bias for every single mask. I think they're all going to be the same. Okay, see you later. So we have the bounds. Sprite window alpha mask, Z bias. So they have, no, I think they won't be the same. Okay. Okay, so this is more complicated because every single alpha mask has its own Z bias. See you in an hour. Have a good meeting. Which means we can just do sprite window alpha mask here. Like this. And this is alpha mask Z bias is less than other alpha mask Z bias. We need to make one of these for every single alpha mask now. Try that then. Now there's 18 sections. And we've all got the bounds. I've just been coding for a long time, that's all. Alright. So now we need the bounds for the actual, for everything. What do we want to do? I think we need to go through, so we need to go for auto section and sections. That's an integer. And so what we're going to do, desk section. And we want to say if source section dot alpha mask bounds intersect, what's it, desk section, source section, I'll go. Desk bounds. Source bounds. If desk bounds intersect desk bounds, well, if not, desk bounds intersect source bounds, continue. So the intersect which means that they need to be blended. Oh yeah. The thing is like people who love coding just because they love the creation of it and they're not going out getting like high paid jobs or whatever, they just stay underground, you know. You don't hear about them a lot, but there's loads of them. Loads of us. Hobbyists, I suppose. Okay, that's interesting. That intersect failed there because of the same rectangle. Oh no, they do intersect, sorry. This is me being tired. They don't intersect. Continue, so they do intersect. Don't forget Gen Z, yeah. So these are intersecting. Now. So I think this loop kind of needs to be a little bit different rather than just an n squared loop. There are two ways we could do this. We could get the entire bounds and just go through square by square. So we're going to build up like a bunch of images based on these sections. Or there's a faster way. What we can do, let's try the faster way. So we can do 4. source. Well, in sections R2. Oh, it's dest first, isn't it? Dest source starts at dest. Sections like this. That goes 0 to 18. And that goes 1 to 18. We don't need to check the dest again. The first one again. So we've already done it. Is that going to be faster? This is potentially going to be quite a slow function because we're going to have to do a lot of image writing after this. I think. Well, give me a couple of minutes to think. Go to Lou. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is the other way. So we'll go bounding recti, go with each sections. For every section, we're just going to go bb.add arg alpha mask bounds like that. Let's see where we add these alpha masks in the level editor. Tile size F. Tile size. Which is just set to 8. So it's not actually set in the config. It's set in this renderer here. So what I might do is just do this. And then we have it here as well. So we want to go through each tile. From min y to max y. Y plus equals tile size. So the tile, test tile, is X, Y. I might just cache it out here. And then what we want to do is go through each section here. And go, if not, test tile, intersect section, alpha mask, bounds, continue. Alright. So basically for every one of these tiles now, we need to make a new section, a new image. So image, test image is equal, well, the width, and so the width is tile size, the height is tile size, the channel count is the tile but layers format. Just make a texture. Now let's make an image. So we need to get the right format. Right channel count. Channel count for texture format. There we go. Brush tile book format. We go dest image dot clear. So now we have our destiny. So we need we basically need to be able to copy in now of blend into the dest image all the alpha tiles. So we'll do image or auto source RGB CC get image how is this gonna work? So we basically need to get the source image here in this section. Source RGB. So we do this. And then we do source alpha is cc get image section.alpha mask path get content. So actually we can just do this. Right. So we just need to blend this into the dest image now. Say dest pointer. Dest image get pixels. So auto source pointer is the source RGB get pixels, and the source alpha, call it, yeah, source pointer A, it's the source alpha get pixels. Like that. So we need to know where in the image we want to write. Basically. In the dest image we want to write. Oh no, we don't. No. Alright, let's just run this. Check any build errors. I really enjoy learning and discovering. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. So the bounding box. -16 to +16. Okay. So this section now -16, 8. -16, -8, 8, 8. The test tile, -16, 8, 8, 8. This section is -16, 8, 8, 8. So now we need to do some writing, some blending. Composite image group. Where do we do this? I'll do this somewhere else. Here we go. So what I'm going to do is just make a new window and go to line 100. Try and get it so you can see that a little bit better. Okay. Source UV. So we've got the UVs. DX, DY. Wow, this is complicated. So this is the blend here that we're doing. So we'll just try that. So what we want to do is basically go through the entire image. I'll just get, so we have source or auto source pointer in source RGB, iterate pixels. There's no such thing as iterate pixels. Ooh, it's really broken when you have two windows open. Image. So if I press F12 there, it just goes to a random weird place. Iterate pixels. Okay, so we can't really do iterate pixels because it needs to know what pixel type. This is working for all pixel types. Doing pixel math, yeah. Okay. So we need tile size in pixels. It's tile size times pixels per world unit. And that's tile size pixels. So what we need to do is we need to go through all of them. So for S32V equals 0. V is less than tile size pixels. For some reason, the blooming intelligence is up here. V plus plus. U is less than tile size pixels. U plus plus. So we want the pitch as well. So source index is V times pitch plus U. And that's in pixel space. This is in byte space. Even though it says get pixels, it returns a U8 pointer. This is in pixel space. (256 by 256). It says it's floating point. It is floating point. So let's do static cast S32. This is getting quite a complicated function. Okay, so we're going to go through each pixel in the image now. So that's not pitch, that's width. Which is actually tile size pixels. So we just need to know the actual type of pixel we want to get, or restrict it to just 4 bytes a pixel. Or we can do auto source pixel size. I'm gonna have to restart Visual Studio because I've got no IntelliSense. Pitch is always annoying. Yeah, I mean, it takes some getting used to for sure. Yeah, it does, unfortunately. Seems to be a bit of buggy now when you've got 2 windows open. Get pixel size bytes. So this. So source is source pointer. Plus source index times source pixel size. So that's source. There's lots of sources. This is a problem. And the dest is the dest pointer plus source index times source pixel size. I might actually call this index. So the pixel sizes are going to be the same. So I'm going to go pixel size bytes is equal to the dest. Do we have a helper function for this? Get channel stride for texture format. Brush. And then we also have bit depth. Get bit depth for texture format. Get bit depth for texture format. Bit depth is a kind of, so channel stride, does that take into account the bit depth? Yeah, it does. So that is the pixel size bytes. That can actually happen here. Okay. Don't want to upgrade to inside as yet. Nah, yeah. I'm sure you can turn Copilot off. Probably on by default. Then you can turn it off. Pixel size bytes is saying is 1. Or channel stride. That's wrong, that. Channel stride. That must be in... Oh, that's channel stride. There's multiple channels in an image. Okay. Auto bit depth. Auto. What's this? Again. Channel count. Channel count. Bit depth. Pixel size bytes is actually channel count times that. Pixel size 4. Bit depth is 8. Channel count is 4. Tile size is 8. Okay, so that gives us it. Source and dest. So the source alpha problem is we've got things called source alpha already. So this is going to call this a source alpha image. I'm going to call this the dest image. I'm going to call this the source RGB image. So the source alpha is the source pointer A plus index times stride. And that gives us the source alpha. So here's the thing. How much do we want to copy? And we want to do a blending calculation as well. So we're actually blending. It's just a shame because we could. The easiest way to do this is to lock it to RGBA images, 8-bit, 8-byte images. No, 4-byte images, 4 bytes a pixel. So we could do that. What is it? So we could say if the image is not, if the format is not RGB8, so we could say if format is not equal to RGB8, continue or return. You know, that would be the easiest way to do this. And then this is actually guaranteed to be RGB8. You know, it would be nice if we could add different. We could actually, yeah, here's the thing. We could specialize on it. You know, because it would be nice to have like support at least to start with for different texture formats. So it could be something like template e-texture format, texture format, struct, window layout generator, like this, and then this could be for e-texture format RGB8. That might be the way to go. And we can leave that out, and we can just, obviously what will happen is if we don't supply it, it will just, nothing will you know, it just won't appear in the game, but then we could actually extend it if we needed to. All right. So that means we need this type of thing again. But we want to be enumerating on the texture format. So we need to know if, so the tile book, so it'd be if the tile book format is the enum value, we do it. So we do that there, and we do that here as well. Okay. So now we're guaranteeing that this is RGB A8. So what's the problem here? FMT undeclared identifier. Oops. Get texture format for the image. Right then, so let's just check that actually works. So that would be in generate textures here. Oh, what happened there? There's no sprite window layers. Okay, we have to wait until the sprite window layers. There we go. The brush tilebook format is RGB 8. So it returns. So we're just going to go through each texture until we land on it. One that's actually complete, which is the RGB 8 one, which happens to be the one we're looking for. So this is guaranteed now to be RGB 8, RGB 88, which makes this easier. All this stuff. So I'm gonna go for default bit depth is correct. And then we can go static cast U32 pointer. This is allowed now. Because we know the image format, which makes it a lot easier. Because that's just by index now. I'm going to get rid of all of these. See what errors we have. Static cast. Let's reinterpret cast. Okay. There we go. So we need the dest source alpha and dest alpha. The source alpha. The dest alpha is actually in the source image, I believe. Hang on. So it's the dest. It's the third. Okay, we're doing it a little bit different here. We're just getting the pixel. So we're going auto source color 32 is the source RGB image. Get pixel UV. And then we're converting to components. So auto source color equals color from X32. From hex 32, source color 32. Auto nest color 32. And then we're doing this. We're doing this. Source color alpha times alpha mask, doing the blend, setting it back. It's UV. Okay, so we know these are U32 pixels now because we're specializing on RGBA8. Okay, let's see what happens there then. Oof, got a crash already. Well, an assert. So the source alpha. Oh, it's not X and Y. That's incorrect. It's U and V. Okay, so what we're going to do then, we'll end up with our dest image. And we'll just say on scope exit dest image, write to file, PNG image writer, test.png. Just see what happens there. Alright, so let's have a look for test.png. Oh, or a crash. Eight zero. Dest image size is 8.8. What's going on there? Ah, because it's tile size pixels. Alright, test.png. Kind of looks wrong. Only create 2. Let's try that again. Oh, hang on. It's actually here. So do we use desk pointer? We don't. Let's just bring this into Visual Studio. That looks right. All of them been blended together. I think this is correct. All right. That's cool. So let's try. We'll do another one. So we'll open up these and put another floor in. Marble. Nice and soft. There with the control going down. So put that right in the middle. And then we'll rerun this and we'll see if we get the marble. Hang on a sec. Where is it? Here. Popping in. There it is. Awesome. So that generates the images. So we have one image. So we need an array of these. So basically this is just static inline array image output images. Just, yeah, whatever. Dest images, output images, section images. So we'll do section images empty, and then we won't write it this time. We will just we'll go auto section image index section images dot in place this, and we'll say the dest image is section images, section image index, like this. So when we get all the way to here, we have an array of images. So if section images get count 0, return. So now we need to add them all in. So this is section images. Another tile size. Tile split size. Okay, so we need tile range indices for this. Don't actually think we need to keep the brush IDs anymore either. And then we need to do add image. Is this. So this is section images. Layer. Image window layer. Tile range indices. Oh. So what's this you're working on? So what I'm doing is you can paint all of these floors on whatever you want to paint. Oh, might be an ad coming. Let me know if there's an ad. So you can paint these in. And these are like 3 different types of floor on top of each other. So what the asset compiler does is it merges all of these different sprites into one flat sprite by blending them all together. So when the game comes to draw this, it doesn't have any overdraw, basically. Do you know what I mean? Does that make much sense? So like these are all. So if I just draw it in like that, they're all different sprites on top of each other in the editor. When it goes through the asset pipeline, they all get just made into one image. So that's what I'm working on right now. So in this generate textures, so here, this goes through and blends everything into one image. Well, it's actually an array of images because I'm just keeping the images to be like 256 by 256 pixels for now. But it does all the blending here. And then it splits them into different tiles. So it makes a mesh to encompass the images. And then that mesh is the thing that gets rendered in the game. Alright. So it's created 12 different images there. 256 by 256 each. But there were more to begin with. I think there was 18 to begin with, or 20 to begin with. Yeah, so that's we do that. So what I'm doing now is making the actual image assets for the engine, for the game, or for whatever, you know, for the level. And it's stored in a tile book. And it's got made 3 images, you see. Okay, so now we need to generate meshes. So here's the thing, we have many images coming out of here. We've only got one sprite to represent the entire layer. I think we need one sprite for every 256 pixel image, really. We'll see how we'll keep going anyway. So, mesh generator. So there's no brush tile, it's a window layer at the moment. So we'll just do generate mesh. So do we want to keep... Yeah, we'll do a separate thing. So window layer mesh generator. We'll just take these for now. We apparently need textures. So this is the window layer texture generator. This is the window layer mesh generator. So generate meshes. Or auto window layer tilebook window layers. Window layer mesh generator. Level textures tilebook window layer. And what are these textures? They are just the textures in the level, I think. Here's the thing, I wonder if we just don't pass, we don't... Yeah. So we do need the texture offset as well. It's almost the same as this. We do append images. So where do we set this texture offset? So the level data generator. Stuck on this. There we go. Stuck on the ads counter. Texture offset. It's in the mesh generator. The brush tile texture offset. I want to know where that is set. Here it is. Ah, so it's set here. These textures get count. So the window layer needs a texture offset as well. Like that. So let's see, we'll get here. Okay, so we've got the tile range indices. So it's almost the same as normal. It's almost this. I'm gonna go if 0 and if for now. So so it's the window layer ID. So window layer ID. Window layer tile range indices. So all that is the same. So that's window layer, texture offset. The origin. The origin's just 0. Alright, let's see what we have then. Come on. There we go. So I have a bunch of tile range indices here. So this is actually more like framed animation. That had a bunch of tiled range animation indices. So the mesh generator for framed animation. So it's similar to this one actually. I don't know why I've got Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Okay, so for framed animation, what's going on? The source PSD layers. So I don't know. There is only one submesh. So that is maybe it's not actually. Similar to that. Let's go back. So the range, let's just put this over here again. Go to 115. So we've already found the submesh. So we're going to go submesh index range equals vertices count vertices count like this, and then we're going to go for auto R in window layer tile range indices or auto I in R. That's range. We'll do submesh index range dot last plus equals range count. Oh look, that's the range. That is R. Auto range is equal to tile range is R. So the ranges might, the actual index ranges might not be consecutive. I don't think. This requires that they be consecutive if we're just going to append it onto the last one. This is telling me that really every single tile needs to be its own sprite. rather than one sprite for the entire floor at each okay. We'll go with this for now. Well, so there needs to be multiple submeshes. Basically, here here is where we would need to make the sprites. Like here, basically. So we do have the section alpha. So we do have the section bounds in world space. So we could do it here for each section. So for sections. No. Figuring out where we would make the sprite position. So we could do something like this. We could go level sprite, new sprite. We need an ID. Which could be no, it wouldn't be there, would it? It would be like here. And the ID would be #64 XY sprite type sprite window. So sprite type window. Don't know the room that it's in. Oh, we do know the room it's in. Do we? Oh, look at this. It's not actually differentiating between room. They need to be in the same room as well. Complicated. I think basically this needs to go here. So we're like doing it on room. Room. Room dot. What is room? Level room. Room ID. XY room ID. It'll be XY layer ID, window layer ID, room ID. Possibly that would be fine for an ID. Let's have a look then. An ID. Kind. eSprite kind. Window. Not kind. Type is equal to eSprite type window. Dot position is equal to test tile.xy. Origin is 0. Dot z bias is equal to the window layer. Of the section equals bm min section dot z. Well, I don't know about the z bias yet. Local bounds is rect 0 0 0 or vec2 and bm cast vec vec2 test tile width height room ID is the room ID. Submesh index level of submeshes. Go auto sprite ID. Something like that. bm cast vec2 test tile.xy. So we only actually want to add this sprite in if there is some alpha in the tile. So let's go on the generator there, on the level data generator. We're going to get rid of this. Okay, so we want to know if there is alpha. So bool has alpha 0, and we're just going to say as alpha equals alpha mask 8, I suppose. And then we want to know if has alpha level sprites. So we don't actually want to in place a submesh index yet. We only want to do that because level get sprites dot add standard move sprite, and then I'll do this. We'll do sprite index, submesh index is that. Okay. So let's have a go. Let's see what happens. Alright, hang on a sec. I'm going to be having one for every combination. So that's not quite right. Actually, here. So go through all that. If we have alpha, which we don't add it in. Oh no, hang on. Has alpha, that's not what we want to do. It's just BM max has alpha mask 8, and we'll set that to U8. $255, so it does have alpha, so we add it in. We'll come all along here, and then so we should have some sprites now. Level sprites, got 11 sprites. So we can get the submesh index. So that generates all of the sprites. The submesh now. So the sprite window layer needs an array of sprite IDs. I believe. So window layer sprite IDs dot add sprite ID. So, in the mesh generator, we don't know what the sub mesh is yet. So we're going to go for each sprite. Window layer, sprite IDs. Then we're going to go we could store the sprite indices, couldn't we, rather than the IDs. Sprite indices. Sprite index. Index. Sprite indices. We're going to go auto submesh. Sprites index submesh index, so we want the submeshes as well. And that's just submeshes sprites index submesh index, like that. That gets us our submesh. And we got tile range indices as well. Okay, so I think what we need to do is all of this at the same time. So we're placing it there. So we're going to go test image. Like this. And then we're going to go section images. Add standard move test image. So we do this. There we go, like that, I believe. Okay, now on the mesh generator now. the range index. Window layer, tile range indices index. And the range is the tile range is range. And the submesh range is this. Use that. Okay, so let's see where we are then. So we've got 11 tile range indices, one for each sprite, essentially. So we get the submesh out. The range is the vertices get count. So that's 0 to 40. Okay. Now we have the range, it's just like normal. So this. Bamberg, how's it going? Headset broken, I've shaved, I have shaved. I don't shave very much, sometimes. Hope you're doing alright, hope you had a good weekend. Right. So just this brush tile bounds .x, it's in world, so I think this is we need a bounds for this layer. Rect world. Ooh, what is it? Broke the plastic that holds the head. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. So out the case. Broke the case. Taping will do. Yeah, nice one. Right, so we need the actual size XY of the brush bounds. I think that's just naught, and that's tile size. I think that's what it is. There is no origin. BB, so we need the bounding box for this range, for this submesh. And then we just do submesh bounds equals BB. Try and learn how to get control back in my code. How to manage and plan my unimplemented features. How I want to handle unexpected arguments, printouts. Ah, yeah. Yeah, cool. I have a VM not implemented, so you can just control what that actually does. So right now, it will actually crash. It will do a assert false. How to handle unexpected arguments. Yeah, that's a difficult one. All right. So 0 to 40. Wrecked world. 5.5. That seems kind of wrong. Or it might be right. Maybe we do actually need the tiles position in world. Maybe this is actually a thing that we need to do. Brush tile bounds. Right, that would probably be the sprite bounds, right? No, that's like the source bounds of the brush tile. Which we need. We need to store. Section bounds or something. Right now, issues sneak up as subtle runtime breaks. Okay. Yeah, difficult one. Auto section bounds equals window layer section bounds, and then that would be section bounds.x. That would be like that. We just need to add in the section bounds. Which is the test tile. Window layer, section bounds, add test tile. BM cast rect to rect. BM cast rect. So for the moment, next month I'll be exclusively trying to add debug code. Yeah, cool. That's awesome. So this is section bounds index. This is pretty complicated, this. Unfortunately. Oh, section bounds needs to be in. Is not in world space. So it is not 256, 256, I think. I believe that's all it is. So section bounds then actually is in pixel space. It's not the test tile. It's just a dest image size. Get bounds, I think, like that. Adding a lot of complexity. It's... yeah. It is complicated though, that's the problem. Can't really get away with it. Get away from it. Learn a bit of mathematical jargon. Yeah, nice one. Alright, well. Let's see then.
Ads running soon.
Nothing actually running. Nothing actually being rendered. Okay, I'm going to make a cup of tea. And then we will get this rendering. AI generated ads, really? Oh, unfortunate. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Make a cup of tea. Right, so it would be good to actually end this day getting them rendered. Getting the actual sprite windows rendered. Tick room. Let's see then. Sprite kind type window. Let's see then. So this is just because this is a bit naff. I'll have to redo how we do this as well. See what happens. There we go. Got some boundaries. So this is just the same. Or sprite.type is equal to eSprite type window. Just, I don't know if we actually pass in the Z bias. That's the problem. Yet. There it is. So let's just pix this. Let's just check it. So it is the same. Colour's a bit different, but that's because the game's got like time of day effects and stuff. Let's pix. Have a look at the mesh that I generated. Okay, so we've got one draw call for all of them, that grid, and the rest for, there we go. That's great, that's worked. So far so good. One draw call for, and they've got a draw call down here for something. Not sure what it is. Figure that out. Okay, so check that in. That was great. We need to handle all this. This is just slapped together really quickly to get things drawing. It's not good really drawing code. Alright, cool. So it's just a Z bias for each sprite. Here it is. So the sprite's Z bias is the minimum Z in the sections that have alpha. So what we can do is, rather than wherever we do as alpha, we're going to do S32 sprite Z. We're going to make it standard optional. And we're just going to go auto has alpha equals 0, and then we're going to go if has alpha sprite Z equals bm min sprite z dot value or 0 section. Where are we storing the z values? Sections, yeah. Section dot mask. It's definitely this section. Section dot alpha mask. Let's see. Well, what is it? Alpha mask dot z bias. Wait. Right. So here's the thing. We actually need... We got this Z as well, which is the content Z. So we need... So this needs the content Z as well. Which is just before alpha mask. Let's just name both a content Z and just Z. And then, so the section has a content Z in it as well. So this sprite index dot Z bias is content Z plus sprite Z. No such thing as content Z. Oh, look. It's the section. So it's section Z. Content Z plus that. That's it. In other words, so we need to actually go, we need to know the actual content Z. This might be part of a prefab, which has a different type of Z. Oh man. Okay. So engine.config, let's just redo this. So the sprite Z there is still 0 because it is actually 0. But what we're going to do is well, let's first test it with a few more different things on it. Okay, yeah, what we're going to do actually is start again. So I think I will, the easiest way to do this is just get rid of everything in the test room file. And we'll put a little breakpoint there. Ooh, Sci-Fi Gardener is not. It's not allowing me to look at the window for some reason. What's going on there then? It's like we're infinite looping. We're infinite looping. Oh. That's no good. That's no good. The room's got no size. What's B? Here we go. Because there's nothing in it. Okay. If not B, return. Okay, good. So what I want to do is add in some sprite windows stuff. We'll say minus 10,000. Ooh, we're not drawing it. What's going on there then? No layer. Thought I had a bug there, but I don't. It's not actually. Oh, it's because it's showing it there, but there's a blooming other error message in the way. New layer. So I'm going to call this floor. There we go. That was drawn at minus 10,000. We're going to get this one at minus 10,000 again. And then we're going to get this one also at minus 10,000. Do 2 dots. I'm going to save that. And then all I'm going to do right now is just check that we get minus 10,000 for these Z biases. Here we are. Minus 20,000, so that's incorrect. So that must mean that deep find Z for this instance. So the deep find Z for this instance it should return 0 actually, yeah. So we did change this right at the beginning of the day, but I don't think we want to do that. It should return 0. It's just an offset. It's not the actual Z bias. It's how far it's offsetted. So that's 0. That means this comes in at minus 10,000. There we go. All right, the next thing I want to do is just draw like something on the top of it. Different layer though. Save that. Ooh, we have a crash. 9, layer mesh generator. So we've got 9. Window layer. So tile range indices was only got 9 of them. Ah, look. So this, I believe, is this. Hang on. Should be doing sprite indices there. Different type of indices. So that's for I window layer, sprite indices, auto sprite index is window layer, sprite indices, I. Range index is I. I think that's right. All these different indices going on. All right. Still out of bounds. Section bounds. Window layer section bounds, just 9 of them. That shouldn't get to 9, that's weird. That should only get to 8. One. Ooh. No. 2 things called I. Okay. Index. Okay. There we go. So now let's put in some cloth as well. Okay, so that's kind of wrong. That went in at the wrong Z bias. Went in behind. Okay, so why is that going in behind? So when we do that, I should say Z bias of... It's going in behind because it's assuming the origin is the preview that's wrong, I think. It needs to go in... Yeah, that the preview is wrong. Okay, let's fix that. Game board editor preview for cloth, stamp cloth, which is normal, which goes to normal. Okay. The set off in 10 minutes. Okay. So it's the Z's on the paintbrush position. It's that basically. So now, select the cloth. Just delete that. There we go. And then if I want that to actually be ahead, so I need to put in a little nice like shortcut to, so I can alter the Z bias, like a mouse wheel. Well, the mouse wheel does do it. It does alter the Z bias, but it also alters the camera. So it needs to come way ahead. There we go. And then the last thing I want to do is put in this framed animation. Put in a couple of them. See if they all work. They do not. Right. So we have a heap corruption there for some reason. Okay, so what's causing that then? 5 minutes to fix this. So it's the second one. Okay, so the brush tile index PSD layers is already set to 71. So this needs to do so this is to do with this job queue. Assumes layers is empty. So we'll just say layers that empty for now. I don't know if that's correct. That's really what we want. Okay, that seems, there's a lot of lines on the screen, but that seems to be working. Okay, that's probably me done for the day then. I'll be back hopefully tomorrow, sometime in the morning, hopefully around 9:30, 10 o'clock. But yeah, great stream. We got the floors in, which was my goal for today.
Ads running soon.
But yeah, before these ads go, I'll head off. I'll see you later.